you sure about that?
Oh, hey.
They got new sites now.
He's got this.
No. Hey, we're on, guys. Okay, we're on.
Just remember, he's got this thing with projectiles in it.
I don't need Jose taking, Okay, good morning. Welcome to Lorain County Board of Commissioners. It's Friday, May 19th, 2023. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
Here.
Commissioner Riddell.
Here.
Commissioner Hung is absent. Under A, resolutions. Number 1, investments.
These are the investments today. I make a motion to approve.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell.
Aye.
Number 2, appropriations.
In regards to, these are the appropriations. Make a motion to approve.
Second?
Discussion.
Yes. Casey, on item number 1, is that just a general number you threw in so that we don't have to keep coming back if it goes over a certain amount, or?
Yeah, that's correct. That's based on what you'll discuss a little bit later with that resolution. Based on the monthly fees, that's
Okay,
rough estimate to get us through the end of the year.
okay, but if we decide just to not continue it after 4 or 5 months, then what?
Then those appropriations we can de-appropriate those funds. And
At
those
the end of the year?
Come back, correct.
Okay. That was the only question I had on that. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell.
Aye.
Number 3, transfers.
These are the transfers. I move to approve.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell.
Aye.
Number 4, advances, repayments.
Move to approve.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell.
Aye.
Number 5, requisitions.
We have 3 pages today of requisitions. This is page 1 of requisitions. Any discussions? Seeing none, please, page 2. This is page 2 of the requisitions. Any discussions? Seeing none, page 3. As you can see, the Visitors Bureau is sponsoring some fireworks at the in the car show at North Ridgeville. If anyone out there in your own communities are having community events from cities, please take note and talk to Gary Gibbs, our director at the Visitors Bureau. See no more discussion. I move to approve.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell.
Aye.
Number 6, travel.
Move to approve.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell.
Aye.
Number 7, bills.
We have 3 pages of bills today. Okay, I don't know if you can help me on this one, Casey, but on regards to the poll worker payment Board of Elections, do you know if that's for August or is that for November?
I apologize. I do not have that.
Or is that maybe for bills for the past election, maybe?
Yeah, I would say that's May, huh?
For May, maybe it was for May?
I apologize. I don't have that information here in front of me.
Okay, there's a lot of rumblings about what's going on in August, so we'll have to wait and let the attorneys decide if we're voting, I guess. Okay, it's got to be for May then. Okay, thank you.
I mean, I can certainly get that information. It would take me 5 minutes, but I can.
Oh, would it?
I can, yeah. I can track that down for you.
Okay, if it's okay, let's hold that. in regards to the bills. We're going to hold until you can answer that. Let's look at page 2, please. Any questions on page 2? Page 3, please. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve pages 2 and 3 of the bills today.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
And what we can do is, when we come back, maybe under new business, we have some other, instead of doing amendments, we're going to come back and pass some other resolutions when we come back out of executive session. And we can talk about that then, okay, Casey? And we'll, then we'll make a motion under bills, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to hold page 1 until that information is gathered. Thank you.
Okay, number 8, commissioners may recess into executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more detailed than that. When we make the motion before new business, we'll be going into executive session, and I'll make that motion at that time, okay? Thank you.
On to B, public comment on agenda items.
We do have somebody in the audience. Brian Baker, come on up. In regards to public comments, in regards to, right, you want to come up at this time, correct, sir? In regards to item number 9.
It's 9.
Yep.
Does it matter which mic here?
Yeah, the one,
That one.
This
The
one,
other one's a
okay.
light, I think.
yeah, the other one's a light. Good morning,
Good
Brian.
morning, Commissioners. Brian Baker, 49822 Greystone Drive, Amherst, Ohio. I come this morning, I didn't come to the meeting on Tuesday. I do see we have a new policy, and I'd ask for a point of order. Since you guys are going to consider, is this at 2 minutes now or 3 minutes now? Because it hasn't been approved yet. So do you talk under 3 minutes or 2 minutes?
Well, just, I'll let you know,
Okay,
just keep on
okay.
it.
What
I haven't started the timer yet. I'm still trying to figure out. You just keep going, sir.
On January 9th, you guys adopt Robert's Rules Order, Edition 13. Robert's Rules Order, Edition 13, has a couple intentions. One is to make sure the majority and the minority has the same rights, okay? The other piece is to make sure that everybody gets their ample time of speaking. And I think some of the points that were laid out in this, wherever you guys had legally reviewed, are in conflict of that. Actually, and I'll give you a point of it is our unions all have to use Robert's Rules of Order, and if we don't follow them, then the Department of Labor comes in. And there's a part in there where everybody has to speak, and then everybody has to speak before you can get a second crack. Now, you guys don't get a second time, but that's kind of what Robert's Rules of Order is. So I would just make sure that, or ask you to make sure that it's not in conflict of Robert's Rules of Order, because some of it does seem like it could be in conflict with it. And you guys adopted at your organizational meeting on January 9th. My second piece is, and I just would say is, please don't become what you despised. I mean, I know before, Dave, I was here a long time ago when a lot of people in this room weren't here. You were on the other side of it and didn't like it very well. And I just say, please, when you consider this, please consider it to be fair to all the people. Lincoln said, of the people, by the people, for the people. And that's what we're supposed to do here. So thank you. I know I'm under my 2 minutes, but I want to make sure if we got 3 minutes, I was going to take it.
Oh, yeah.
So, but I would just say,
You're
I
fine.
think you need to really look back on Robert's Rules of Order, because there are some things in there. Robert's Rules of Order protects the majority and the minority, and that, I've been here at pretty much all the meetings on and off. There's an average about 3 people speak at a meeting, so the time constraints is not a lot. I've only seen one person be escorted out of the meeting, and I will say Jose did a very good job of de-escalating it, and the deputy did a very good job. I don't condone that. I never have. Put the rules out. I follow them. Like you said, I was here 20 minutes early. I'm making sure I get my name on the thing to come in and speak. But I would just say, please consider for the public that everybody has their ample time to speak.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Brian, the other reason we asked you to come 5 minutes early to fill that out is so that we can budget the time for the meeting, whether we have 1 speaker or 10 speakers. That's all, we
Yeah.
just want to be able to budget our
Well,
meeting.
if you came in on time, it'd be a little bit better. If I'm here 5 minutes early, you gotta be here 5 minutes early, okay?
Can I just add something
Yes,
since
sir.
everybody's talking to each other?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's Robert's Rules 12th edition.
I don't think there's a 13th edition yet. so I
Well, you
don't know.
guys have it in
That
your
might be
minutes,
it.
because I pulled it,
That
I
might be
looked,
it.
there is a 13th.
I haven't seen the 13th
Well,
yet.
it's in there, you can go online and look it up. I
just
looked
did,
it up.
But this is the one, this is the written piece.
Okay.
I'll check. if
But it
there's a-
does say that, it does say that you're supposed to be the majority and minority. That's actually what Robert's Rules of Order were set up for. And I mean, I've
I'm
lived both
familiar.
sides of it in my own local union. I've
Right.
watched both sides of it, so.
right, okay.
But, thank you very much. Well, I
Thanks.
ask you to correct that thing, because it
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
in here it says the 13th, not the
Yeah,
12th.
according to Dr. Google, there is no printed 13th.
And Brian,
Yes.
thanks for coming to our meetings.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay.
All right, C, old business. Do you have old business, Commissioner Moore?
She got beat red last time.
Stop, it's gonna happen again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kidding.
I don't have any, do you, Commissioner?
Nope.
Okay.
All right, board business. Number 9, adopt a public participation policy for public participation during public meetings held by the Lorain County Board of Commissioners.
My understanding was you're gonna read the resolution.
Sure.
I thought that's what we're voting on today. What happened was the reason why I'm letting that die. That doesn't have a motion or a second, okay? What happened was we wanted to get it on the agenda. We got very close time constraints. And we have an actual resolution that needs to be read that we want to vote on, okay? I didn't want just 2 lines to be voted on. I wanted to have the whole thing read.
Okay.
And because we may have a discussion with our legal out in public here, we may have to tweak this, okay? And do you have a copy, sir, or no?
I have a copy of the public comment guidelines that I sent back to the board yesterday.
Not that one, but the one that she's about to read?
No, I do not.
Okay, then I'm going to pass this over to you. I'm going to ask the clerk to read the resolution. Because what if you've noticed in our meetings, you'll see that we'll read 1 line in a meeting. But the actual resolution could be a couple paragraphs, okay? We try to not bore the audience with some of this stuff because it is very detailed sometimes, which is, we try to keep it around the main issue. But I think it's important to read the actual resolution and make sure that our assistant county administrator is okay with it. I think you may want to have 1 or 2 changes, but I'm going to ask her to read it into the public record, and then we'll see if we can get an amendment or a motion in a second.
So you want me to read it?
Nope, she's going to read it.
Okay,
Yeah,
as it
okay.
is now.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
All right. Whereas a majority of Americans believe that our society is increasingly uncivil and that this problem is particularly acute and particularly detrimental in national, state, and local political arenas where it threatens government's ability to function democratically and effectively. Whereas the defining characteristics of the Lorain County Commissioners include its commitment to the democratic process, individual rights of expression, robust debate, and tolerance for disparate views. Whereas an atmosphere of incivility and disrespect at these meetings can stifle participation and debate, threaten the quality of decisions, and undermine the local democratic process. And whereas adopting principles of civility and guidelines applicable to all public meetings and in all interactions in the workplace will help ensure that civic engagement and local democracy continue to flourish in Lorain County. Whereas it will be the practice of the Board of Commissioners that personnel matters of a personal and confidential nature are not appropriate topics for a public meeting, and accordingly, these concerns should be addressed individually with the administrator, clerk, and/or in executive session of the Board of Commissioners. Whereas the board welcomes public comments and questions during the time set aside in the meeting for public comment and asks that any member of the public who wishes to address the board sign in to provide name, address, telephone number, and subject matter of discussion related to county business. The form will need to be signed and filled out 5 minutes prior to meeting. Whereas the public is invited to speak to any of the agenda items and other related topics, comments will be limited to 2 minutes per person unless the president of the board extends the time if deemed appropriate. Be it resolved that the Board of Lorain County Commissioners adopt the public participation policy during the Board of Commissioners meetings as stated above. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the foregoing resolution was adopted and all actions and deliberations of the Board of Commissioners of the County of Lorain, Ohio, relating thereto were conducted in a meeting open to the public in compliance with all applicable legal requirements, including Section 121.22 of the Ohio Revised Code.
Yeah, so moved.
Second?
Any discussion?
Yep,
Are we gonna adopt this right now that you wanna talk about?
that's what we're gonna, that's the,
Oh, this is the discussion part?
yeah, the discussion. So do you see anything?
I made a couple of, I made it,
On your screen?
What did he make? Where's his?
but I made a couple of suggested changes there,
Okay.
just for clarity's
I don't
purposes.
see it in
Still-
here.
Oh, this one.
Oh. Okay, let's take a look at whereas number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where, you know, lawyers are funny. You guys gotta cross out will,
reason-
but is, and you know, you guys.
The reason that number 5, so for the people who are here, is the one that deals with the confidentiality of personnel matters.
Yeah,
Well, I generally, honestly, think the whereas clauses are only important for their aspirational value.
right.
Because of the nature of the personnel matters and because of certain laws that exist and certain requirements we have, I'd just rather change up that language a little bit, as I've suggested. I don't think it changes the intent.
No, it doesn't.
Of
It
what we're
just,
doing,
I see, okay, so this is, all I'm gonna do, do I need to amend it or no? I think we can,
We can discuss it right now and then say as amended and give her the copy to read the changes.
yeah, and just so the public can see, in item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'll just reread it with your amendments, okay? Whereas it is the practice of the Board of Commissioners that the personnel matters of a personal and confidential nature are not appropriate topics for a public session, and accordingly, these concerns should be addressed with the administrator and appropriate supervisory personnel and/or an executive session of the Board of Commissioners. So that's going to be the amendment, or that's going to be the change.
Okay.
Also, on item number 6, 7, you have, whereas the public is invited to speak to any of the agenda items and other related topics, comments will be limited to 2 minutes per person unless the president of the board, in his/her sole discretion, extends the time if deemed appropriate. Those are the only 2 changes.
Right, and the second one is just, and that's
Just so you have it.
that's the lawyer in me saying,
Yeah.
let's be a little clearer about the idea. My understanding is that the intent of the board is, in following Roberts, as you know, Roberts itself and most boards operate where the president is vested with the authority to control the pace of the meeting and the decorum of the meeting. I just thought that was a little bit clearer to say that it
Yeah.
was at the discretion of the president.
And what, people think, the bottom line here is on January 9th, when we had our meeting, and we had about a couple people in the meeting here voicing, and when I started getting calls, I talked to other county commissioners, and I found out that we really didn't have a policy. Most of these, when I started talking to other counties, they said they only allow 15 minutes total for all public comment, which I thought we didn't put that in ours, If we have something contentious like that and we want to talk 1 hour, we'll allow people to talk continually, not one individual, but, continually for that. I didn't like that part of it. So as I started talking to other counties and other cities, like Cleveland didn't have any public participation for 90 years. They just started in 2019. So as I started looking around after January's meeting, because it was funny how people were saying, you don't have a policy, you don't have a policy. We started looking around at national, at the Mayor's Association, due to a lot of the wording and verbiage we got was from the National Association
National
of
Association of City
City,
Organizations.
yeah. And we thought, okay, at least we'll have a policy, We want people to come in and speak. We welcome people to come in and speak. This year, we instituted a place where you can speak, as Mr. Baker did, prior to this board discussing, our agenda items, which has not been done before. And we allow you to speak at the end also. So it's just to let people know kind of how this thing got started, and we're not looking to stop people from their First Amendment rights. In fact, we welcome people's input, but we're not going to tolerate people come up here and shred other citizens in this county keep it directed to the three of us or maybe our staff. That's fine. But when you start attacking other people, then we'll have some issues. So that's the only comment I have for now. Do you have anything or? No? Do you have anything?
Well, I think you said it all.
Okay.
Yes, the newest person, to the commission, to the board, I was really stunned by the decorum at the beginning of the year. We had obviously a very controversial issue, but I was very proud of the fact that we had 30-some people that wanted to speak to an issue, and they each got their time, and it's serious business. What we did experience though in some recent weeks was people wanting to get up and speak to things that have nothing to do with the action of the board or the employees of the county, and we just don't think that's an appropriate place to do that, and it demeans the seriousness of the other people who come before the commission to speak and do the county's business. So just trying to keep everybody on target, and yes, for the record, there have been Supreme Court cases that we can limit the speech to the business of the county. That's what we're here for.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
So we're going to approve the amendment then, or make the motion?
Motion's already been made with the amendment.
Okay.
Approve it as amended.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore?
All right,
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 10, enter into a consulting services agreement with Hills Corrections Consulting LLC, Ashland, for professional services pertaining to the Lorain County Jail Project. County shall pay $7,500 per month for the first 4 months and $12,500 per month thereafter. Said services will be paid from the professional services account.
so moved.
Second,
Discussion?
Yep.
Mr. President, could we put this up on the,
What do you want on there?
could we put this up on the screen so that those that are watching or want to take notes, the actual resolution?
Okay.
Because I think it details,
Would you rather have them read it, or like we did with the last one, or you wanted to put up on the screen?
Is this the agreement?
It's not the agreement, it's the resolution. Go ahead, put it up on the screen. And we're gonna, so this is where,
Oh, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it or not.
yeah, well, they might not. Would you rather read it? I think Brian would rather. Let me read it. Or no, why don't? Okay. As I said in item number 9, sometimes we have a tendency to read one or two lines, and this is the actual resolution that we're voting on today. If you don't mind, I'd hate to take away your, do you want me to read it, or do you want
Up
to
to
read it?
you. You tell me.
You got a good voice. I'll let you read it. How's that? Okay.
All right.
We've already made a motion, though, and we've already seconded it, correct, Dan?
Yeah.
So is it okay for discussion to have her read that for us?
You can.
Okay, would you mind reading this for us?
Sure.
This is the actual resolution that we're voting on in a little bit more detail.
Okay, whereas the Lorain County Board of Commissioners would like to engage the service of Hills Corrections Consulting LLC, Ashland, to assist with professional services, and whereas the scope of services shall include assist the county in the selection process as part of any selection committee of the county's architects, engineers, construction managers, and other service providers for the new Lorain County Jail project. Assist the county in reviewing and negotiating all of the contracts with all of the architects, engineers, construction managers, contractors, suppliers, and vendors associated with the project. Assist the county in design stages so that the proposed layout and configuration of the project conforms with the report previously prepared by the consultant and the overall goals of the county in constructing the project. Act as the county's liaison to the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction in regard to the project. Assist the county in confirming that the project conforms to all relevant requirements of Ohio law, the American Correctional Association, and other regulatory or accrediting bodies. Assist the county with its risk management needs relating to the project. Upon completion of the project, assist the county with developing the transition plan of efficiently and safely transferring the inmates from the existing facility to the project. Assist the county with monitoring the status of the project, schedule, and cost, as well as the quality of the construction and layout. Provide insight on project delivery, overnight project budgeting, claims management, and scheduling. act as the liaison among the county, the relevant representatives of the proposed crisis center involving the Nord Center and community stakeholders to confirm that no county-funded services are duplicative or redundant, act as the county's representative in regard to the potential disposition and reuse of the Lorain County Juvenile Detention Center located on Murray Ridge Road, advise the county in regard to viability of consolidating some or all of the foregoing juvenile services at the proposed new county jail, and whereas the consulting services agreement with Hills Correctional Consulting, LLC, has been reviewed by the Lorain County Prosecutor's Office and is pending approval. And now therefore be it resolved by the Lorain County Board of Commissioners, hereby enter into a consulting services agreement with Hills Correction Consulting, LLC, for $7,500 for the first 4 months and $12,500 every month thereafter. Services will be paid from the professional services account.
Okay, thank you. We may start, maybe, you know what I like about what we just did on the last two resolutions is sometimes things, and I've heard this complaint before, where we read one line, but we've never read the actual resolution. So I'm starting to like this. The problem, what we have with this resolution right now is we may have to amend it and add in a language that says that we can authorize the county administrator to work with the county prosecutor's office to ensure or to get approval to get approval from the prosecutor's office prior to signature.
Yeah,
Would you appreciate something like that?
Well, one, we haven't seen that.
I know
I
you
haven't seen
haven't.
the agreement yet, and I have to approve it as the form is until
Correct.
before the board can sign it.
Correct.
So I would suggest to you that the appropriate motion is, the resolution itself is fine, but I believe the appropriate motion would be to authorize Administrator Armbruster to execute the agreement on behalf of the board once my approval as the form is received.
Do I have to make a motion to amend that, or can we just,
I would suggest you tell her that you would amend the motion.
I would
similar
amend
to
it
what the
to similar to
prosecutor
what the
said.
assistant prosecutor just added? Okay.
Okay.
Just to clarify a little bit here, this company, when I first took office back in 2021, this company was hired because, you know, I hate to be Captain Obvious here, but we have issues in regards to the condition of the jail. But in government, sometimes you have to hire contractors or consultants throughout the process. That was done. It's no secret that this board blew up in July and August of 21, and this report was not completed until October 21st of 2021 and set aside on a shelf. Then the election of 2022 happened, and they decided, this board, under new leadership, decided to do another assessment of the jail, which said it would take 8 to 9 months to complete. It's still not completed. It should be completed very soon. I've seen it. It's not ready for public discussion. We should wrap that up soon, Karen, I believe. What I did see is pretty much both assessments, first 10 pages, are pretty consistent. But what is, there's a lot of things that has happened in between there that I'm not comfortable with. A lot of times consultants are hired that are also architects, and they're based on, architects get paid based on the size of the project. This company does not get paid a commission on the size or scope of the project. We are moving forward in regards to what are we going to do at the jail. It's one of those moments where I've spent my life in finance. Commissioner Riddell has spent his life in construction. I think right now we're at a good spot to have an open public debate in the next 45 days on where we're moving forward. But it's very difficult to have an open, public, honest debate if you do not know the size and scope of a project. That's number one. Number two is, how are we going to pay for it? Now, what's going to happen, and what I've already seen, is we're going to probably end up letting the public decide this fall to decide on whether or not how we're going to pay for the new construction of a jail And that is going to be discussed in the next 45 days. Some people are saying we are rushing this. This started in the first half of 2021. We should be breaking ground this year. We're starting over. If we decide to move forward on this, it'll take a year to design. This thing will not be completed in 4 years. So what I'm looking at is this. We're going to be discussing about size, we're going to be discussing about scope, and we're going to be discussing how are we going to pay for it. And my personal belief is I believe the public, the Lorain County citizens, this should probably end up on a ballot initiative this fall. And in order to do that, we have to have all this data ready a couple weeks prior to the August 9th deadline. So if anyone thinks we're rushing it, is because we feel that the public should participate and have a say in how this county board moves forward on whether or not how we're going to pay for a jail. The problem is we will not know. So this company will assist us. They have over 54 years personally in correctional work. And that's probably, just to let people know, this is why we're doing what we're doing today. It is under the board business for the county commissioners, because at the end of the day, the dollars are here. And this is where it starts and this is where it ends. So that's what I have to say. I don't know, Commissioner, if you have anything to add.
For the benefit of the public, there are multiple constituencies here. There's law enforcement, there's the courts, and there's the taxpayers. And so the project needs to get going. It should have been going a long time ago. We have some exposure because we're literally going to be spending some money just to keep the building going and alive until the new building is ready to go. That could conceivably be 4 years down the road. So had we moved sooner than this, we could have avoided some of those unnecessary expenses that are going to be spent just to get through for the next couple of years while we build the new jail. But the key issue to get the conversation started is how big does the jail need to be, and how much, what kind of importance do the taxpayers associate with this, and how would they like to fund it? It's not the kind of project that could be funded totally out of the general fund without doing serious harm to the other departments and so forth. This is a decades-long project, and it needs to have independent financing from the general fund.
Yeah, and what I did receive word today, we've been in the process of getting grant money for the current jail. We've been, I was informed by our Deputy Director, Karen Perkins, who just grabbed the microphone and looks like she would like to speak in regards to what I was informed of this morning. Karen.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Yes, I did receive a phone call from the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. The county did apply for a grant in November of '22, and that phone call was to let us know that we did not receive the grant. The grant was for about $3.6 million, and that was to pay for a complete new roof at the jail, replacing the fire suppression system, and also renovating 14 showers, if I remember correctly. So the gentleman at the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections told me that he was going to submit our project back through for a second round of possible funding. But at this point in time, we have over $3.6 million of needed repairs at our existing county correctional facility. And I guess at this point, I would request that the board at least give us some advice on how you would like us to proceed. We currently have specification documents ready to go for that re-roof project, and we also have the specifications ready to go for replacing the existing fire suppression system. So we do not have funds available specified for those projects yet.
And I think the suppression system is expired for how long? I forget.
I believe it was recalled maybe 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was recalled, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason why I asked, when Karen told me that this morning, a lot of things we were stalling on, there's nothing worse than spending $3.6 million on a building you're gonna tear down. And so that's kind of what we were looking at. We decided to go for grants in November. We did go for some grants. Got the news today, and so it looks like we're ripping off a Band-Aid pretty hard, and we gotta figure out how we're gonna move forward. I'm of the opinion that we're going to, the fact that it could take, 4 years, 5 years, 5 years, she's saying, I think we're gonna have to move forward, and this just makes me sick that we're gonna have to spend $3.6 million. But then again, the public's gonna be participating in these debates, and we're gonna be discussing funding, so I don't wanna waste another year doing nothing. So I don't know how we move forward here, if you think if you just need instructions from this board, or would you like us to have a resolution later today under new business to move forward? What do you think would be the appropriate, since you have 32 years here? I know you started here when you were 10, but.
Right, well, I do believe Assistant Prosecutor Petticord, they have a current motion for the item number 10 on your agenda.
Yeah.
So if we want to do a separate resolution, basically authorizing us to, I don't even think we need to do that. We just need to discuss it further. We just need to discuss it further.
This is not something that's prepared, that's ready yet for board action. I think
Correct.
as part of the discussion, you might be telling what you're thinking, but
Okay.
this is not ready for board action yet. I don't think it's another
I-
resolution.
If you could be ready to move forward, and then we come back to us on maybe the next Tuesday's meeting, and say, okay, here's how we move forward. And in the meantime, if they're getting grant money to offset these counts, fantastic, but we can't wait anymore.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll sit down with Casey and see if we can
Okay.
come up with a funding solution for us,
Okay.
okay?
Well, yeah, but I don't want to wait anymore, knowing, finding out what we're looking at, we're moving forward. I don't want to wait, and if the public says no, then, we have to do something. So the bottom line is doing nothing is no
Isn't an
longer an
option.
option. Is no longer an option with this board, so,
Understood.
Mr. President?
yep.
I think, on behalf of the citizens, though, I think, this isn't a blame game, but, when you get accused of moving too fast, and these repairs have been overdue for a decade. And it's embarrassing to me on behalf of the county, because we have the ability to do better, that we have to go ask for a grant to take care of things that we haven't taken care of for a decade. I just don't particularly like that negotiating position. But we are gonna have to do some work to keep the jail going. We have some exposure there, and the safety of the staff. So we're at a really tough place in the road, but if we don't start going forward and enlisting the different parties to determine the size and the layout of the jail and so forth, so that we can establish a budget, I, for one, don't want to go to the taxpayers unless we actually have a good plan. So I think people deserve the right to know exactly what they're going to be taxed for, and what they can expect out of the law enforcement and the commissioners in terms of delivering public safety.
More discussion? Okay. I looked at you and you're like, no, I have no more. I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
No, you're
I
fine.
keep
I just
embarrassing
figured
you.
out I could stop every guy, just don't second.
Oh, I've been there before.
Are we voting on this as is?
Yes.
As is,
Oh, no, wait,
can't pass it until I
no.
sign it, yeah.
What? No, until it says as amended. Did you get that in there? Which is,
The motion as amended would be to authorize
the county
county
administrator.
administrator to execute an agreement, consulting services agreement with Hillis Corrections Consulting LLC after approval as to form is received from the prosecutor's office.
Correct.
You got it.
You want to put that on, quiet?
Anything else? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
All right.
Number 11.
Okay, before you read that, we have a longer resolution, so if you want to, instead of reading that and then reading, where's the original resolution on that one? Here we go. What number is that? Number 11?
Yeah.
That's not me. Number 11. Oh, it is just short. Okay, it is short. Okay. You can just read what you got.
Okay.
I thought this was going to be a longer one.
Okay. Approve and enter into an agreement with Amwins Group Benefits LLC, Shelton, Connecticut, in the amount of $58,750 to perform a healthcare audit of the Lorain County Health Benefit Plan and will be paid from the Hospitalization Professional Services account.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion?
Do you have any discussion? Anyone?
Yes, this agreement also has not been reviewed by my office.
That's right.
Yeah, so
So
I
if we
haven't,
could
I
add
haven't
the
seen, I
same
haven't even seen
language.
this yet, so.
Was it in the original resolution? Maybe I should have had you read it. Nope, not in there. At least not the one I have. Dan, would you like to add an amendment to it?
I would suggest that the motion be amended to authorize the county administrator to enter into an agreement with Amwins Group Benefits LLC after approval as to form has been received from my office.
Anything else?
Any more
Commis-
discussion? Okay. Oh, yes. J.R. White, our Lorain County Human Resource Director. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Commissioners. How are you today?
Good.
Good. My office was tasked with moving forward and seeing about a dependent eligibility audit where basically we're able to make sure that the people that are on our plan are supposed to be on our plan and people that are not on our health care plan. In doing the research and gathering some options for you, for the board, really started talking about whether or not it made sense to do a claims audit as well. Claims audit is a little different because it doesn't look at the employees, it looks at the insurance companies and sees how claims are being paid. There's two components to that, is medical and RX. So what we did, just now that I've explained what it is, we got 3 quotes from 3 different companies, all great. You guys could not make a bad decision here. We had the Chelco Group, which is Steve Parsons, our actuary, a company called MedBill, who does a lot of work in the school municipal space, and Amwins, which is a large firm that relies a lot on technology, and Ohio is one of its biggest segments of business, although it's not local. We've met with all 3, got proposals from all 3, had discussions with all 3. Really, like I said, you can't go wrong anyway. The price was pretty comparable between across the different vendors. We recommend, after discussions with the administrator and with the consultant, Amwins is probably the best bet to do both a claims audit and the dependent eligibility audit. That would be at a cost of $58,350, or $58,750, sorry, for both of them. So that this will help us fulfill our fiduciary obligations that we have, which is to ensure that the project is being run as healthfully as possible and as honestly as possible. And so we will be moving forward with a lot of messaging for the employees about what they have to do. Amwins was good because they allow you to just say, take a picture of your marriage license on your phone and upload it to them, so it's a lot of ease of use when it comes to that. Administrator Armbruster has experience working with Amwins in North Ridgeville. He had a very good report. What they guarantee is that for the dependent eligibility audit, at least, whatever you pay, you're going to get at least that much back in savings, if not more. So that's a guarantee that Amwins made that helped us reach our decision. So we'll be asking you today to approve that for both the dependent audit and the claims audit, which is medical and RX, and we will move forward right away to execute this
After the county.
audit.
Yeah.
After, of course, everybody's approved and we're good to go.
Okay.
We're excited and anxious to move forward on this project.
That's the bottom line here today, is we're all moving forward. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Anything else?
Are we good with the way the resolution's read?
As amended, yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 12, authorize the deputy administrator to request proposals for professional services to complete a strategic plan for Lorain County.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion?
Any discussion?
Karen?
Good morning again, Commissioners. So, as Commissioner Riddell knows, we have been working with Lorain County Community College, Tracy Green, in order to put together a request for proposals for a facilitator through the strategic planning process. We have 4 groups that we want to send that proposal out to. They will receive that proposal by the end of the day today, and then we ask them to respond back to us by the end of June with their cost in order to assist us going through the process of creating a strategic plan for Lorain County. The successful firm will be able to provide us with a plan for the next 5 years that we can use to provide better services to the public and explain to the public what it is the county can do for them. The idea is that the process would start in September of 2024. We will be going out and interviewing our stakeholders, our staff, our partners, anybody that is willing to participate in the process. And then it will take us up until about April of 2024 to have that process completed, and then we will be ready to hit the ground running moving forward.
So you said April, you mean September of '23?
September of '23 is the start.
Okay,
The finish will be April of '24.
okay.
And of course, everybody knows that our 200th anniversary is in April of 2024 as well. So I think we'll be in much better shape going forward.
Okay. May 24th.
President?
Yep.
Yes, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Tracy Green and Dr. Ballinger and the staff at the college. You know, their leadership in this community is well known, but we reached out to them because they are on their 4th successful strategic plan. And it's amazing when you have a plan, how all the decision-making falls into place. And so our goal in this one is, as we go forward dealing with budget issues and we have to make choices, as the ARPA money expires and we have to get back to living a well-managed life on the resources that we have, we're going to need an opportunity to have some kind of benchmark that takes politics out of the situation and listens to the taxpayers and the citizens as to what they want out of their county government.
And I have one more thing I'd like to add. Anybody who is interested in receiving the RFP or responding to the RFP, it will be posted on the county's website, or they can contact me via email at kperkins@loraincounty.us. And I'll be happy to send it out to anyone who's interested.
Thank you.
Anything else? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 13, under Community Development. Reject bids received on May 3rd, 2023 for the Neighborhood Alliance Haven Center Shelter Expansion Project in accordance with the Lorain County's Community Development Block Grant CV funding. Both base bids exceed the estimate by 10%.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 14, under Job and Family Services. Authorize a sub-grant agreement between Lorain County Department of Job and Family Services and El Centro, Lorain, Ohio, in the amount of $118,162.67 for summer camp for low-income Lorain County children using TANF funds.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 15, authorize a sub-grant agreement between Lorain County Department of Job and Family Services and Big Brothers Big Sisters of Lorain County, Lorain, Ohio, in the amount of $66,475.40 for summer camp for low-income Lorain County children using TANF funds.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion?
Yes. Just to kind of refresh what I just said earlier today, we have about four or five paragraphs when we're dealing with Job and Family Services. So a lot of things were said to me as we were campaigning that people want to see the actual resolutions, okay? But these are usually just the type of grants and work that we get and we vote on all the time. And so that's why these are shortened up for that in regards to the resolution. And we got a full page here of what the actual resolution is. So I think from maybe moving forward, I like the idea of what we did today by maybe reading the resolutions and those pertinent. And when it comes to this is more or less like day-to-day operation type resolutions that we're doing.
Can I add something?
go
real
ahead.
quick? There are times for legal purposes that the resolutions are long. I mean,
Yeah.
we've seen some that are 3 or 4 pages.
Yeah.
If you want to work to get more information into what the clerk reads,
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy to work with the clerk about getting in what we need substantively without making her read 4 pages of,
Okay.
you know, we're entering this settlement agreement with, like on the opioid settlements, the opioid resolutions were, I think, 9 pages.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to sit here and listen to you read that. So, you know, we can work with that if you want to do that.
Yeah. Well, the main thing is as long as it gets in the minutes, the actual 9 pages. You
It
know.
does.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 16, authorize a subgrant agreement between Lorain County Department of Job and Family Services and Boys and Girls Clubs of Northeast Ohio, Lorain, Ohio, in the amount of $636,845 for summer camp for low-income Lorain County children using TANF funds.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 17,
We
under,
do have one more, but we're going to add that part at the end of the meeting when we come back from administrative or from executive session. There you go. Sorry. Just
No, you're okay.
Had to do a commercial for you. Okay.
Number 17, under transit. Execute and submit an application for CMAQ funds for Lorain Community Circulators Project. If funds are granted, Lorain County has requested 100% funding, but if 20% is required, Lorain County will request NOACA to apply toll revenue credits to eligible applicants.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 18, under CBCF. Amend Resolution 20-555, adopted September 30th, 2020, awarding a contract to Lamar Medical Services, LLC, Columbia Station, for the Lorain Medina Community-Based Correctional Facility for medical services. Said amendment is to reflect a current third-year period of October 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, with 2 one-year renewal options to run subsequently from July 1st through June 30th.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 19, under Domestic Relations. Approve and renew the operating agreement between Board of Commissioners and Aramark Correctional Services, LLC, Pennsylvania, to provide food service for the detention home and facilities complex and will be paid from the contract services account.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 20, under Engineer. Amend Resolution 23-323, adopted April 21st, 2023, to correct the contract award amount for the Gore Orphanage Road Bridge number 1535 replacement and slip repair project to Shermer Construction, LLC. Contract stated the award was in the amount of $4,276,000, but should have read $4,276,401.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion?
Do we have someone that would like to speak to where these funds come from, just for the public? I'm sure we had it in the original resolution, but I'd like to restate it since there.
Yes, Commissioner, as the county engineer, we're eligible for what the county bridge funds. These are federal funds through the County Engineers Association of Ohio that we applied for. So the project's being funded at 100% through those funds, through the federal government.
Thank you.
Anything else? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 21, under Sheriff. Instruct the clerk to reject and advertise for rebids for a full-size police pursuit package SUV 4-door PPV for the Lorain County Sheriff's Office. Said notice will be published in the Chronicle Telegram on May 24th and May 31st, 2023, and will open at 2 p.m. on June 7th, 2023.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion?
Question, Casey, there's nobody from the Sheriff's Administration here today. Do you know why the bids were rejected?
From my understanding, the grant language that they were going to pay for these vehicles was very specific that they needed to have 3 bids. The initial public bid that they had, they only received 1 response, so that's why they're rebidding this in an attempt to get 3 bids. Because like I said, from what I understand, the grant language is very specific that they needed to have received 3 bids for this.
Imagine that. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Number 22, accept the fact finder's report recommendations between the Lorain County Sheriff and Fraternal Order of Police, Ohio Labor Council, Inc., representing the Promoted Law Enforcement Unit SERB case number 2023-01-0011.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
Before you move on, I'd like to, Casey went left, came back. He did advise me in regards to the bills on page 1, it was money for the May primary, correct? So, go ahead.
No, you nailed it.
Okay.
It's for the May 23
Okay.
primary.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve page 1 of the bills.
Second?
Any further discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
And we are to E, public comment.
Oh,
No?
no public comment today.
F, county administrator update.
Administrator Harbrewster, good morning.
Good morning. We've got Director Berner here from 911. You want to start, Rob?
Morning.
Commissioners, thank you for having me today. I'm going to update you on a few things going on at 911. First, concerning hiring, we have 1 new dispatcher starting on Monday. We have 5 new dispatchers starting within the next 2 weeks. And then we'll have additional dispatcher in June, towards the end of June starting, who's going to be what we hope to be a lateral transfer, and I'll discuss that when we get into the labor management meeting. But she's already a dispatcher in Orange County, Florida, and is moving up here, so she's trained on all of our systems as we use them. So we're looking forward to that hire. This past week, we did have a labor management meeting with the FOP. It was very productive. We discussed the overtime issues that came up in the letter to the newspapers. We discussed the staffing and how we're working to increase staffing. We also discussed some issues with respect to training and overtime. And with training, we are looking at some new ideas for training, to speed up training and to also screen candidates a little better before we hire them by going with a web-based system that will allow them to take a test, basically, that shows whether or not they're going to be adaptable for that type of position. So overall, we've had a pretty good week here at 911, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have.
Thanks, Rob.
No, thank you.
Rob, what's the source for that web-based pre-assessment?
It's called Critical Call 911. It's a company that basically, instead of you installing software on your computers, you just log in and you use everything is on the web.
To continue with the report, we met 2 days this week at 8 o'clock in the morning with regards to New World and their software with the police and the build team, but one with the chiefs, one with the build team. We continue to make progress with mobile, which is actually the tie-in from the MDTs, the mobile data terminals that are in the squad cars, to transfer those prisoners from the car when they get picked up and when they arrest to the jail. And we're working with the sheriff at the jail, and also we're engaging with the sheriff here in the next, I believe, hopefully next week. He's been out of town and not available, but we'll try to work through that so that the process will go from the MDT electronically into the jail rather than the way it's done now, where it's hand done one way and hand done another. We'll see if we can't move that electronically through the process. Brazos, which is e-ticketing, continues to move forward, and that will be for all police departments where they're going to do ticketing, and the software that they're using is New World's Brazos. AVL tracking of the vehicles, and Matrix, which the prosecutor's office, we had a conversation this morning, and we're gonna hopefully get that resolved and work through next week as Dan will be working with Christie and Sharkey through that process to see if we can't seamlessly get the information that the prosecutor's office needs over there electronically rather than having to hand do it. Most recently, both the engineer's office, Bob Kleiber and I have been working for the last several weeks with regards to complaints on how developers and planning commission, county review of the plans. We had a meeting, a very productive meeting, which I think Bob would agree, and try to get everybody on the same page and work together as a team so we can not only work with the townships and those unincorporated areas, but work with the engineering office and make sure that the developers' needs are taken care of, as well as the county needs. And I know that process was going to be much smoother over the next several months as we've engaged not only myself and my team, but Bob Kleiber and the engineering staff that he's got out there. And finally, as I mentioned the other day at the last meeting, and maybe the meeting prior to that Avon has elected to get out of New World. They elected that back in January. The code or the information has been written, and at first it was provided by their software company, which was the wrong code. We had to rewrite it on our end, send it back over there. That has been emailed to Avon for that extraction, and they're welcome to come back if they would like to, but at this point, that extraction is done. It's in their hands to take that information from there and melt it into their own software that's over there. And that completes my report today.
All right, on to clerk's report. Tuesday, May 23rd at 9:30 is the Stormwater Management District meeting, and at 4:30 is the first hearing, commissioner's hearing on Roth Ditch. Wednesday, May 24th at 2:30 p.m. is the Region 19 regular board meeting held at the Richland County Admin Building. Thursday, May 25th at 9 a.m., we have the Visitors Bureau meeting, and at 2:30, same day, we have the Bicentennial meeting. And board correspondence.
I move to waive the reading of the board correspondence.
2 in a row.
Right?
Second.
Any discussion? Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell,
All right.
and new business.
Well, before we do new business, we may be coming out of executive session to discuss new business. We're not sure. As of right now, let me just do this. I'll make a motion that the commissioners go into executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotions, demotion, or compensation of public employees. Confidential discussions. Discussing legal pending litigation and potential legal pending litigation. Plus the potential purchase or sale of real estate. That is my motion.
Second?
Any discussion?
Yes. We have not had executive session in the last 3 meetings that we've had. I am proud of that. We're getting a lot done.
You're gonna pay for it today, I promise you that.
Oh, you're paying for it. Yeah, we're all gonna pay for it. There's some work that we have to do in executive session that's extremely important. That's gonna kind of move some things forward for this county. I feel that it's very important that we do go into executive session today, and I believe it could probably take, what time is it? 10:30? 10:40? It could take us at least 2 hours, I would think.
You take some time, yeah.
Just so if you want to, I know Brian likes to stick around, but I want to make sure he can go out to lunch. It will be, because there is a lot of issues that we have to deal with. We do have somebody coming in to talk to us that is allowed under executive session to discuss some.
They're waiting for us in the exec room
Yep,
at the moment.
so we do have that going on. Just so the public is aware, as they all know, I am not a big fan of exec, but today is extremely necessary. So that is my discussion point.
Can I have one point?
Yep.
It's not actually new business, but I couldn't find a better place to say this, but I thought that staff would like to know about the success of Jobs and Family Services this week. I'm sure we'll schedule something more appropriate in the future, but Lorain County received the #1 county in the state of Ohio for Jobs and Family Services based on the criteria of serving the public and managing their affairs. They received a total of 4 awards, of which obviously the King Award was the #1 county in the state of Ohio, and I think that that was remarkable this week with everything else that's been going on. And it's always nice to share the good stuff. So many of these meetings, we're dealing with the problems and things that have to be fixed. Well, I think that's good news, and we're gonna be inviting Director Tamus and the staff to come in and make a presentation to us at a future meeting.
We can't talk about that in exec, that's why we brought it up, so.
We will do that, not next Tuesday, but next Friday, the next Friday meeting. And actually Barb's gonna bring her staff that helped her do it. She didn't do it by herself, she did it by her complete organization.
Okay,
Go ahead.
yep.
Okay. I'm going to read the Job and Family Services.
Oh,
No?
we're in exec, we are in discussion on going into exec.
Okay.
When we come out, we're gonna talk about new business.
Okay.
And then we'll read that resolution when we come out.
You got it.
And we're gonna have to read the, personnel summary sheet. It's actually a couple pages. And we may be adding or taking off what could be on there. So yeah, we'll wait till we come out on a new business and out of exec to discuss that. Just, and as a side note, since we're discussing this right now, this is what transparency looks like. When you have meetings that are so smooth and you're not having public discussions, as in the past, when they were having 5-hour executive sessions and everything was so smooth, that should raise everybody's eyebrows. When you see us discussing like this and it's not smooth, it's because we're talking in public with our team. And my team is waving at me. What? What do you want? Karen.
I'm going to do a little commercial for
No,
solid waste.
no, let's just vote on this and then you can do the commercial, okay?
Okay.
So go ahead. Karen, or Erica?
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell.
All right.
Yeah, since we're sitting up here and we have a majority of the board still sitting here, I have always advised our video camera guy, Victor, to keep the cameras on because as far as I'm concerned, we have a majority sitting here. So since we have a majority sitting here, if you notice, the cameras tend to run longer. And once we sit up, you see the cameras running before we start our meetings. So Karen, what would you like to talk about, even though we just made a motion? What?
Just so we're clear,
Yeah.
we just went into executive.
Oh, we did just now? So
Yeah, that's what the vote was.
yeah, so we're going into it, I thought. Are you saying right now we're in
But
exec?
if you're in executive session, why are we doing this?
Yeah, okay, then we'll wait till you come out. I'll make you come out. Thank you, Assistant Prosecutor.
Some-
Petticourt, thank you.
It's the other end, Karen, use the.
Yeah.
You have, you took my phone here, right? You want to call me or text me?
Yep.
And
Thank you, everyone, for coming in today.
Oh, Romanceville was doing something on Ross Ditch or whatever, Ross Ditch.
I don't know why he was here.
I don't know.
Hey,
Don,
Don.
did you say you were gonna talk about Ross?
Were you gonna talk about Roth Ditch?
Yeah.
Why? Because you weren't on the agenda, but you were under the clerk's report, so did you want to talk about it?
We were gonna go into, remember, we were gonna go into executive.
Are you just here for exec?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah, that's fine.
we're
Okay,
live.
you meant you were gonna talk about an exec, correct?
Oh, okay, you got it all with me, and I thought we didn't talk about it, so, okay.
thank you.
I know it's confusing.
Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah, in there.
What's the, by the way, I think the reading is fine, and you have a, but I think we should take some of those resolutions that are like one page and put them on the board.
Okay, yeah, I like
We
it.
can put them into the folder that Victor has, that,
Yeah.
like we do for bills and stuff like that, if you want them
Yeah,
up there.
yeah, we can,
Okay.
and then we can vote on them and.
That way it's a little easier
Well,
than trying to see
I get a lot
on
of
this
complaints
camera.
because people want to see the full resolution.
Right.
Not the short one, and I'm like, okay, you know, so.
Smile, it's Friday.
Yeah, hey, how you doing, Brian? Yeah. Hey, okay, Victor, can you turn us off now because. say anything that we did? Oh, no, probably not. Okay, well, we're back, and welcome back. We're out of executive session. It's 1:41. Just waiting to have you start. Why don't we go with the personnel summary sheet? How's that?
All right. Good job, yay.
Okay, there's page 1 of the personnel summary sheet. There's a second page. And, oh, I see your nails were done. There you go. Okay. Okay.
What else do you do during 2 hours?
Yeah, really.
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the
All right. I make a motion to approve the personnel summary sheet.
Second?
Any discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
New business?
Yeah, and under new business, I'm going to have Erica read the, the Job and Family Services issue that came up at the last minute.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's for authorize a subgrant agreement between Lorain County Department of Job and Family Services and Tower Educational Consulting Group, Inc., Lorain, Ohio, in the amount of $67,500 for summer camp for low-income Lorain County children using TANF funds.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Riddell?
Aye.
And that is it. Anything else, sir? Dan?
No, sir.
Okay. This meeting is adjourned.